rental car, mate. Private use of Collinsville has $268, where everybody else is $150.
All right, good morning everyone, we'll get going. Thank you for attending today's Ordinary Council meeting. I declare the Ordinary meeting of 28th of May 2025 open at 9 a.m. I advise members of the public that this meeting is being live streamed and recorded in accordance with Council's standing orders. Councillors and staff are reminded of their responsibilities under their respective codes of conduct, both inside the Council meeting and when dealing externally on behalf of Council. I'd like to start by, on behalf of Whitsunday Regional Council, acknowledging the traditional owners of the land which we meet here today and pay my respects to elders past and present. We recognise their deep enduring connection to country and we extend our respect and gratitude for their wisdom and culture. Welcome fellow councillors, WRC staff, members of the public, and we don't have any media. So the first item we have is a junior athletes presentation that will kick off. Julie, if you'd like to bring them in. Morning, everyone. Come in. Please come in. Have a seat. Good to see you all. Council provides financial support for junior elite athletes who participate in representative competition at a regional, state or national level. This grant is provided to applicants by Council to assist in meeting the costs associated with participating in a representative sports program. Today we have some very fantastic junior elite athletes joining us to be recognised for their outstanding achievements. So the first one we have is Landon Craig, who's a Northern Region 11 to 12 years aquathlon. It's a tongue twister. Congratulations. Okay, photo. Okay, our second one is Alexis Howe, junior elite athlete, Queensland, 13 to 19 years triathlon. And lucky last, Hugo Williams, junior elite athlete, under 15 years volleyball championships.
Just one second, right? We'll just quickly grab
one out there, no problems.
Well done, kids. Okay, so our first item is apologies, leaves of absence, which we have no apologies received for the meeting. Item number 2, condolences. Do any councillors wish to acknowledge any recently deceased members of our community? Okay, on behalf of Whitsunday Regional Council, we would like to acknowledge and pay our respects to the recently departed of the Whitsunday region and offer our sincere condolences to their families and loved ones. Would you all join me for a minute's silence, please? Please be seated, everyone. Okay, item number 3, confirmation of our prior minutes. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Bowman. Any discussion on the prior minutes? Okay, if there's nothing, the motion the Council confirms the minutes of the ordinary meeting held 23rd of April 2025. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item number 4, business arising. Would any councillor like to raise any business arising from the prior minutes? Nothing arising. Item number 5, mayoral minute. There is no mayoral minute for this meeting. Item number 6, notice of motion. We've received no notices of motion for the meeting. Item number 7, deputations. Any deputations? No deputations for the meeting. Item number 8, petitions or questions or notice. Do any councillor have any petition they wish to put on the table? No petitions and no questions on notice. Item number 9, questions from the public gallery. No advanced questions. And item number 10, committees reports, which we don't have any for this meeting. So before we get into our officers' reports, I'd just like to note for councillors that there was a supplementary agenda item, which is the budget review 3. We'll complete that item 12.1 at the end of the ordinary reports. Okay, so first one, 11.1, which is the 2024-25 operational plan Q3 review. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Finlay. Mr. CEO, would you like to talk to that one, please?
Yes, I'm pleased to present the quarterly report for that period between January and March 25. Well, a little time now, but when you look back, it was a period where we did experience quite a number of rain events during that period, and obviously the council was both in the disaster focus but also in the road recovery focus. For those who've been driving around the region, our teams have been extremely busy out and about trying to get to a lot of those roads and fix those roads over time. In some cases we were fixing things that actually had been fixed rain events before. In terms of some good news, we have been very successful in relation to some grants over this period. In this particular case, we were looking for a number of grants. We're obviously seeking both the state and federal government any time to provide us with grants for some of our very worthwhile projects. We saw 1.35 million was dedicated to road upgrades, and that's really important for our network to continue going forward. We also saw 29.8 million in terms of our Growing Regions program, which will go towards our landmark projects of the Cantervale Community Hub and the Whitsunday Regional Sports Precinct. We are continuing to look and seek grants in relation to our projects going forward with both of the state and federal governments. So I'd actually like to pass over to each of the directors now just to walk through some of their achievements throughout this period as well. So I might go around the table, so I might start with Gary.
CEO, councillors, just want to highlight a couple of things in the operation update. Especially the Bowen landfill. So during the period, we actually did interim capital on the Bowen landfill, and we've also progressed to a large extent our understanding of what the remaining airfill space is at Bowen. And it's been a moving feast. We've got about 4 different models, but during the period where we brought on some additional resources to project manage the cell 2 work at Bowen, and hopefully, in the last quarter, I'll be able to bring you some good news in relation to what our capacity might be at Bowen's business, get more breathing space whilst we build a new cell. The other thing is the funding that Warren's mentioned for our state road network, getting extra 1.34 million. Just want to give council an update to say that the gravel material of that has been won, and the crew should be on site today to actually progress that work. Again, for every action, there's a reaction. We actually have to shift some graders and some gear to actually go and get that work done by the end of June. So some owners will observe our gear, leaving one road to go to another road and think they're not coming back, but we've assured them that we are coming back just to go and get that work done whilst we have that grand opportunity. And again, the other thing that happened, I just want to draw a highlight to, is the information we put together to get that extra money for the state road network and get some gravel reshooting. I think the Mayor's done a great job of advocating on behalf of community to actually try and get the state government to increase the the level of funding and recognise that there's no gravel out in the western area, and progress the working collaboratively with the state to try and get some more dollars to actually try and get some gravel on the 2 development roads out there, so we can maintain access during wet weather. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The industry building plumbing wise was continued to be strong, which is good to see for the local industry. The important things were the applications that went to the council, determined by council, and one in particular was the business park near the airport that we're really hoping would not only help the airport, but certainly all the local businesses with material coming in and out of the airport. Further work continued on the rural residential investigations, and on a more local level there was the expansion of the Metropole Hotel, which will hopefully provide a really good ambience for the locals in Proserpine.
Thank you, Director.
So really excited about the Tasmania. We've over the quarter completed all of the upgrades and capital work on the holiday parks. So that's Queen Beach Holiday Park and also Proserpine Holiday Park. That was in timing to make sure we're ready for the rush through the season. So capital works included upgrades to camp kitchens, amenities, excuse me, but all of those areas that people that are staying at the park really want to be engaged in, that will actually drive more value to the holiday park. So that's all been completed. Again, Flagstaff Hill, we went through the process of having a tenant at Flagstaff after 18 months of it not being activated. Happy to report that it's going great. Guns feedback is really amazing. So we see that is an opportunity that we'll see well into the future and will benefit Bowen, but also the tourists within Bowen as well. And also the Collinsville Airport project, which was runway, fencing and lighting. The lighting project will be finished end of this week, and that will be all done and dusted. Over $3 million project, grant funded majority, and has come out of the budget. So a great result there.
Thank you, Director. Director Hagee.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll just step forward. So just touching on the CEO's commentary in relation to the disaster works that were carried out. So we're continuing to scope damage across the region, and we've submitted a number of packages to the QRA for assessment already, mainly on the western roads and a few emerging issues like a landslip at Forestry Road and the Cannondale area. So that work will continue, and again the estimate still remaining at about $70 million over the next 2 financial years. Other things completed, by the end of March we had $70 million worth of capital works on the books, so we had actuals and commitments completed by then. Major projects to note, there was a number of shade cells completed throughout the region and the parks, also parks renewals and asset renewals and other departments around council, and the capping of a legacy landfill cell in Bowen was also completed, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Director. Director Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, our main project for communities was the How Do You Library. The community expos over the several months at each of the libraries. Unbelievable, the attendance. Not as many in Collins, however, there'd been an accident and there was a huge funeral, so that wasn't really well attended, but we still ended up from it getting some new members. So we had over 100 new members across the region join up, which is great, and we had quite a number of inactive members back in again and active as well. So the staff put in a huge effort because it was all after hours, so a huge effort from the staff. Everybody enjoyed it. There was so much positivity come out of it and such good accolades for the library, so that was our big one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, just before I touch on the achievements, just to note in the action table on the report on page 36 in the agenda, there's actually an error. The action that's shown as on hold has actually moved to not started, so to make the report consistent with the progress status in the table, that a change will need to be reflected in the report. And also against operational item number OI9, the commentary in there doesn't reflect the actions undertaken. Essentially that work has been advanced to the extent that a Whitsunday Coast Airport Business Continuity Plan was developed, and that report was presented to the Audit and Risk Committee in February at the Audit and Risk meeting. So the other highlight in terms of what's in the operational plan for the Q3 is really the work that's been done on developing the new corporate plan. That document was developed through February and March, and whilst it was placed for adoption at the April meeting, a lot of that work happened throughout the quarter. I'm happy to take any other questions on the report.
Okay, I'll open up to questions on the operational plan quarterly report. Councillors, Councillor Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks to all the directors and staff. A lot been going on through a difficult quarter. Partly for me, I've still been trying to break this down by percentages against the operational jobs, and for me that's still adding up to only about 51% on first quarter plans. I think there's still work for us to do. And the other thing amongst what Jason said, just with the biosolids plan, which sort of in the other notes I sent through, we've stepped backwards from Q2.
Combination of a few matters. So there was a bit of miscommunication when the Q2 report was put together. The Q3 numbers are correct. The actual stage of the project we're at is to actually get the management plan for the operation of the site. So that's why it's gone from 75, from 100 back to 75, because we actually don't have that management plan yet, which is out to market at the moment. So it's in the process of being developed. So there's a bit of confusion internally, so I have to wear that one in relation to the previous quarter. We actually thought we'd updated it, but the message wasn't received and therefore it wasn't corrected prior to publishing of the Q2 reporting. So that's on that.
Thank you. Question from me to Director of Infrastructure, just to keep you in the hot seat there. I guess not picking on the item that hasn't started, but that waste and recycling strategy. I think in the last month the state's come out with their waste and recycling strategy with some significant funding attached to it. I guess just, I think probably the commentary there in the operational plan relates to the regional waste strategy. I just probably want to understand your opinion now that state strategy has been released, whether we really need to, really bring that forward and make sure we've got a plan there that we're able to work into place to be able to possibly access some of that state funding that becomes available.
That's a great question. A couple of things, theoretically, the state strategy will drive the regional and potentially will largely drive our own. The potential for Whitsundays to achieve the state waste reduction targets is going to be a challenge for us, as we know. There's actually a meeting this Friday of the regional councils, our winner lines, of the 3 waste managers. There's actually another resource that's being discussed with the department, which is effectively more of a waste education officer rather than a regional waste strategy coordination role. So we still don't have confirmation of funding for that role. And as I mentioned earlier in relation to the quarterly plan update, getting Proserpine Cell 6 under operation. So we pretty much have largely progressed the soft fill of Proserpine Cell 6. Bowen Cell 2 is progressing okay, so delivery of Bowen Cell 2 will give us some breathing space and the resources that we've got and should be able to apply themselves against not only the state waste strategy but also progressing the regional and our own. So our own waste strategy, expectations that we'll concertina up into the various levels, and that's why I think at this stage, whilst the timing isn't great because the submission on the state waste strategy closed at the end of June, the intention is that we may be bringing a late report to council with a recommendation on our submission to the state waste strategy and how achievable some of the targets are. It's very high level, and we'll get into the detail later on. So yeah, the state strategy is very much high level. So we do need to cascade that between the 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Further questions or comments regarding the activity report? Councillor Ross.
Thank you. Through the Mayor. Just to Director Adam, with the QRA approvals that are currently lodged with the latest weather event, do you have any insight as to when those approvals may come back?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So yeah, we've lodged the damage on the various road, QRA then go through the assessment process they'll come back to us and either agree with the treatment that we've proposed, where it's adding gravel or, and what depth. So that can take several months. Usually it's a straightforward. They usually agree with the assessment we make. So we'll, the first half of the next financial year, we'll be walking through that process. We'll get some packages approved and ready to go to market, and a large amount of construction should start towards the latter half of next financial year and into the year after that. So no dedicated time frame because there's so many roads, but our aim is to get them approved as quick as we can so we can get them to market.
So maybe a couple of months, do you think, some of them?
Yeah, probably 2 to 3 months.
Thank you.
Any further questions, comments on the item? Okay, the motion that council received the operational plan 24-25 for quarter 3 progress report for the period 1st of January 25 to 31 March 25. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Item 11.2, revenue policy 25-26. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Simpson. Director Bradshaw, would you like to speak to the item at all?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, the revenue policy for 25-26 is a statutory policy required to be adopted in advance of the budget. It sets the principles and lays the foundations on how rates and charges will be levied. There's been significant work done over the last 4 months or so around revising council's general rating strategy around the differential rating categories, and part of that was built around some foundations and key principles which have been entered into this policy in terms of providing those sound foundations. Those principles were simplicity, equity and sustainability, and in relation to the user pay benefit principle that applies to our utility charges for the services that we deliver outside of the general functions of council. The policy has been updated to reflect those changes in the principles that we've undertaken, and some other minor amendments have been made to wording within the policy. It is a statutory policy. It is based on a model format delivered by the Department of Local Government, and it is generally adopted in May of each year in advance of budget. Happy to take any questions on the policy changes.
Thank you, Director. Any questions, comments? Councillor Bowman?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I certainly agree. The general consensus has been that we should move forward with sorting out our categorisation, also improving our user pays and equity. I think if someone isn't paying for the service they're getting, it's being subsidised by all the other ratepayers. There's something I support here today on agenda page 74, which is that council operates multiple water and sewer schemes across the region. In general, council will endeavour to maintain uniform utility charges. Support that today. Treasury have a guide on equity and price setting for the community and full cost pricing. I got the shortest quote I could out of the bureaucratic speak. It is in the local government's best interest to inform the community of the cost of providing services and how the costs will be recouped. This should be undertaken in a transparent manner. An example is where a local government provides the same service for etc. water to different regions and incurs different costs. Regardless of whether a council decides it is more equitable to charge one price across the entire local government area or recover costs individually in each region, both the council and the community should understand the financial implications. And I think transparency is very important to me. I think we know that we run multiple schemes and that's a cost to council, but I think the Treasurer is giving us sound advice there that we should be aware as councillors and the community should be aware of our price setting part. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Any further questions or commentary regarding the revenue policy? Thank you. Okay, the motion that council adopt the revenue policy for 25-26 is presented in accordance with sections 169 and 193 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Okay, moving on to item 11.3, which is a development application for operational works, one advertising device at 1405 Shoot Harbour Road, Cannon Valley.
Move the officer's recommendation.
Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Bowman. Would you like to speak to the item?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just grab the overhead. Yep, application freestanding billboard sign, Chicken Harbour Road, Cannon Valley. Zone is emerging for communities, and as council know, we've got some development interests looking at the urban development on that site. It is surrounded by rural land and rural residential at the moment. The proposal is pretty clear: a large sign, 6 metres by 3 metres, about 3.5 metres above the ground, with a smaller 6 metre by 0.6 metre sign running along the bottom. It is pretty much a typical two-angled billboard sign. You can see on there that it represents the third billboard on the site, and it is the fourth billboard within the 10 kilometre limit that's identified in the planning scheme. The expectation is that the sign would be used to advertise materials or items that didn't relate solely to the subject land that it's on, and that's why we've been quite stringent on the conditions in the planning scheme that relate to billboards. It's a key city corridor, no more than 2 billboards per 10 kilometre stretch. Conflicts with the existing planned character of the locality, so on balance we have recommended refusal.
Director. Questions to the Director?
Comment. It's okay, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for that, Neil. Interesting, a key scenic corridor, so no pressure, Director Gary, but maybe we should spend a little bit more maintenance on that section of road to beautify it a little bit. And just in support of the officer's recommendation here, I'm in no way against the proposed development down there, but I support the recommendation that we've got quite a few signs starting to pop up on these roads, and yeah, so hopefully the development will go ahead. I know it's in its early stages, but another sign, they can probably come back to us at a later stage to put a temporary sign in place rather than having a permanent structure that'll be there forever and a day.
Mr. Mayor, just following on from Councillor Gary, so that's not a problem that they can put up a advertising sign promoting their development? That's all under the rules?
Mr. Mayor, in general, I'd have to say yes, that is the expectation, but I'd be cognizant if I want to put up some massive, huge sign that we might have some concerns about the size and the distraction of drivers. But yeah, it's not uncommon to see real estate signs selling the goods and the wares that occur on the subject land.
Thank you, through the Mayor. I'm probably not going to support the officer's recommendation today, only because I feel this is probably, it's not hurting anyone, and one of the points of refusal was because it's a key scenic corridor. That's the exact location we should be putting these top signs. You wouldn't expect someone like this to be putting it down a cul-de-sac. So I think it shows our region, even if it is just for advertising their development at this point in time, it actually shows that our development, our region is growing. So, and there's also opportunity down the track when, if that development does go ahead, it's usually you see one of our local businesses up on there. So I think I think it's not going to hurt anyone, and yeah, I'm probably going to refuse it today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the officer's recommendation today. I personally wonder why Shute Harbour Road isn't considered a scenic corridor. It's a major access way to our destination. The mapping here today showed only the billboards on their site. Just the other side of the road, there's 3 double-sided billboards. So they certainly have the possibility to advertise. The planning scheme has set specifics on these secondary roads where people are meant to enjoy the amenity of the area. For me, looking forward with the change in technology, I actually support the electronic billboards. rather than having multiple billboards that are bound up by one image, I believe the electronic billboards allow many businesses that will get the benefit from that advertising to be exposed at lower cost and less impact. So as long as the lights bill and everything is controlled and we are putting those in safe areas, I think that's how we can move forward, not in the instance of putting up more and more old-fashioned traditional billboards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further comments? Okay. The motion that Council refuse the development application, operational works for an advertising device at 1405 Shute Harbour Road, Cannon Valley, for the reasons listed in the report, I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 6-1. Okay, moving on to item 11.4. Regional Strategy and Planning Quarterly Update, January to March 2025. Move Councillor Finlay, second Councillor Clifford. Director McGaffin, do you want to take us through this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In addition, I have to admit the item earlier in the agenda sort of stolen some of my thunder, so I'll just add to that as far as the work of the team's been concerned. We did have an appeal lodged at the Planning and Environment Court on a short-term accommodation application in Carver Crescent in Lily Beach. That's had a without prejudice meeting, and it's due to go back to the registrar, I think on the 2nd of June, so there'll be an update in the next quarterly report. As I said, building and plumbing data and applications are consistent, so it's good to see, although the rain affected some of the building work as it did some of the operational works that are going on, and in particular, Airlie Summit and Woodwark Rise were development areas that were slowed because of the wet weather and the inability for workers to get on the land. I don't know whether you call it good news or bad news, but compliance has uncovered some more applications that haven't paid their headworks charges, so there's some more letters going out, hopefully income coming in, and that basically results in the applications that we don't have let me call it a hook, as far as if it was a subdivision, we would have the control, we wouldn't issue the linen plans until such times the payments were made. These applications relate to developments that don't have that connection or hook for us, so we follow them up. It really is the responsibility of the building certifier to be understanding of all the conditions of approval, and the conditions basically require headworks to be paid before the use commences. And that hasn't occurred, so we follow that up through compliance, so that's good news in one regard. We continued work on the flood overlay, and the council will remember that came to them under the disaster banner, and we've been working through that. We've also had some further work on the short-term accommodation amendment, and that'll go to community consultation very soon. Other than that, there's been the continued work on the variety of master plans and the research in some of the investigations into the growth corridor. That's a quick summary, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Director. Any questions on the quarterly update to the Director? Comments? Councillor.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Maybe just that previously the reports used to have, like building certifications, 130. I think it's important to all of us that new housing stopped coming in, but they used to be broken down by postcodes. I think, we've got population and growth statistics. We've got a housing need around the region. I think we want to know that we're getting the houses where we need them across the region. So I think it'd just be beneficial for us to have those figures to coordinate with, the forwards that we've had. Thank you.
Further comments, councillors? Okay, the motion of council note the Regional Strategy and Planning Directorate report for the period of January to March 2025. I'll put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Okay, item 11.5, which is the Dingo Beach swimming enclosure. Move Councillor Simpson, second Councillor Collins. Director Wright, would you like to cover off on the report, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So councillor, this is basically to close out a notice of motion that was brought to council on the 24th of April 2024. It's the recommendation is for the Dingo Beach Swimming Enclosure consultation report to be received, and secondly to progress the establishment of the Dingo Beach Swimming Enclosure as a fixed structure. The fixed structure itself is in no great shape whatsoever. So we've had the stinger net has been in for a period of time. Stinger net has been taken away, as have the ones at Hailey Beach. It's at the time of the year where they're all taken back to council, and a lot of maintenance is done on them before they come back again for the stinger season. We had 607 submissions for this consultation, huge numbers, and pushed quite strongly to go back to a fixed enclosure, not the stinger enclosure. The main concerns with it is that we would have an extra 22 posts to go in. Made contact with the state agency. They haven't requested a formal development application. However, there is a marine park permit required, and in the process of obtaining that marine park process, have the budget bid into capital for the enclosure for next year. And once we obtain the permit, budget is approved for the capital, we'll go out to tender. However, there is big tides towards the end of the year. So it'll just really depend on when the contractors are available, when the tides are there. And so for some reason, if we haven't got this back established by stinger season, we'll put in a net until such time as we can have the structure in the water. Thank you.
You've kind of answered my first question, which is when does Councillor Simpson get to cut a ribbon? But
can't answer that exactly.
Councillor
5 years. Thanks for that, Director Julie. That's great news. Because I was worried about the existing, like the temporary swimming enclosure, if this one's not fixed by stinger season. But so, and to you, Mr. Mayor, there's a little bit of work to do with this marine park permit by the sounds. You will need your advocacy in place to try and speed that process up if we can. But yeah, the public have spoken, and thanks to our staff, John and his team that did this report. There's out of the 600 odd submissions, there's almost half the local residents, so that's got a lot of power. And yeah, just thanks. And thanks to everyone for installing that temporary enclosure in the last season. It's worked quite well.
further comments, councillors? I'll just add to that, Councillor Simpson, I think you'd have to be hiding under a rock not to be aware of what the community sentiment is towards the renewal of that facility down there. You know, at the end of the day, we're elected to execute the will of the people in our community, and I think in this case, receiving such a significant feedback towards the reinstatement of that swimming enclosure, yeah, I think it's very much justified. So I too well done to the team that has worked through the consultation and engaging with the community to date. Yeah, I think probably through lessons learned previously, we should be hopeful and ambitious that we see that swimming enclosure reactivated in a more suitable time frame than maybe prior ones might have been activated. So, Councillor Collins.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful. Having been through the long, drawn-out process of Wilson's Beach, and as the Mayor stated, it's good to see the owner of the council doing what the people want. Well, unfortunately, way back when, only Councillor Remington and Councillor Clark were the only two that supported me to fix the Wilson's Beach enclosure. Would have cost us $88,000. In the end, it cost us 6 or 7 times that much. So it's good to see the council behind this, and I'm sure the locals will be waiting with bated breath for it to happen. So good news. Thank you.
Councillor Rock.
And just to add to that as well, Mr. Mayor, I think from the consultation, look, there is definitely a strong idea in Hideaway Bay and Dingo Beach, but it also flows out to the wider community as well, and that's a popular spot, and I think as councillors we'd be crazy not to recognise that. So yeah, I think it's great for the whole region.
Any further, councillors? Thank you. The motion that council resolves to receive the attached Dingo Beach swimming enclosure consultation report and to progress with the establishment of the Dingo Beach swimming enclosure as a fixed structure, as a fixture structure. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 11.6, special project grant applications, round 3, February to April 2025. Councillor Finlay.
Quite a conflict of interest. One of the applicants is a client of accounting firm which I manage. So,
thank you, Councillor Finlay. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Wright. Director Wright, would you like to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation is to approve payment for 6 applications for round 3 of the special grants application for the round 3 and the last round for the 24-25 period. The first being Bowen Shire Festival of Murals, and it's the cost of painting. We're saying here in the report the rest of the mural depicting early scenes of Herbert Street adjoining the information centre on Front Street, Bowen. What it is basically an extension, because there is 2 more sides that are to be added to the mural that is there now to complete it. And there is the 2 buildings that will be featured will be, one will be the School of Arts because they have disappeared basically from Herbert Street. One will be the School of Arts, and number 2, there's either 2 here. It's either going to be the facade of the old council building or the earliest North Oz Hotel from the late 1800s through to the early 1900s. That's also gone, so that will be depicted on the other 2 walls that for the mural. The Port Denison Sailing Club, that's $10,000, and that's for the cost in developing a project master plan for the new Port Denison Sailing Club building and boathouse. Whitsunday Cruising Car Club, that's the cost for the Cruising Car Club Show and Shine event. That was recommended for $9,000. Crossy Rugby League Football Club, the cost of a family field day event, $9,750. Mackay Hospital Foundation, and that's the so that's the Mackay Hospital Foundation, but it's the purchase a Novasure, I think is how you say it, Novasure RF controller international equipment, and it's for endometrial ablation at the Proserpine Hospital. So that's for recipients in the Whitsunday area, $10,000. And the Mackay Cane Growers, the cost of woody weed eradication training event in the Whitsundays, but again for Whitsunday recipients, and that is recommended for $8,300. And the good news is that we've come right in on budget for the special projects for the year. Thanks, councillors.
Thank you, Director. Questions or comments? Councillor Norman.
I'll jump in. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Julie. I do know when it was coming to council for a vote in the budgeting, I'm on page 115, where it does have the 2024 budget actual and commitment and year-to-date remaining budget. When you say you're on budget, this is still saying $57,000. So are these amounts then pulled off that? And while I've got the floor, it's just for me to understand, I know when we hadn't voted it, you couldn't say the money's spent, but once it's been delegated and put through, just where those figures are sitting with today's recommendations. And probably the other questions for me is, I know within a number of the other master plan areas, we've had projects held up, while master planning is underway. I know at a high level, we're talking about perhaps renovations and extensions to the information centre down there to help activate the new jetty as part of the foreshore makeover. So I think the murals that have been done there are fantastic and add to the space. I just want to be sure that we're not putting murals up on something that may need to be renovated, or even if it's extended off that wall and enclosed. I think we could save the murals that are there, but I wouldn't want to inhibit us activating and making the most out of the foreshore that we could with spending money on murals that then become a problem. So as long as that's been taken into account. And then my last question while I'm up is just the Cruising Car Club. Are we supporting them in other ways, within kind or anything? Because I noticed they were the only project that wasn't 100% funded. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. I believe that we will take into account the murals for the master plan. In question with the budget, the 57,604 is what is there until you guys put your hands up and say, here we are. So there's not much left. $500, $450, I think it is. So, and the other, in regards to the Whitsunday Cruising Car Club, if I remember correctly, they've had the Sport and Rec grant, so this is on top of the Sport and Rec grant.
Okay, further questions? Director, okay, any comment? Okay. Motion the council approve the payment of special projects grants round 3 to assist the following recipients listed in the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried 6-0. Please let Councillor Finlay back in, please. Councillor Finlay, item 11.6 was carried. Okay, moving on to item 11.7, donation, sponsorship, sport and rec in-kind request approved April 2025. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Clifford. Would you like to run us through this one? Pretty right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is for the donation, sponsorship, sport and rec and in-kind requests that have been approved in April 2025. We have approved 7 junior elite athletes, totaling 1,750. One donation, $500 in kind, only one in kind as well, 726. One sponsorship approved, 8,050. Sport and Rec Club grants, 6 in total, and that totals $7,000, and 5 approvals for donation on council fees totaling 2,250. Yes, councillors, we are in the negative in a number of the buckets where it's split across the budget. However, there is more funding available that can be moved around and brought into the respective areas to ensure that it balances up.
Comments, questions, councillors? Okay, the motion that council note the financial support as listed per the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Okay, item 11.8, Sport and Recreation Facility Grants for Proserpine Junior Sporting Complex Association. Move Councillor Collins, second Councillor Clifford. Director Julie, I'll let you speak to this one as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the Sport and Rec Facility Management Grant for the Proserpine Junior Sporting Complex. It's a payment of $20,000 as the complex sits in Band 1. Which is more than 400 active participants. So that is their annual Sport and Rec grant, and last of the, I do believe the last of the Sport and Rec grants that we, the facility management that we have for the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the item, councillors? Okay, the motion that council approve the payment of $20,000 Sport and Rec Facility Management Grant to Proserpine Junior Sporting Complex Association. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Item 11.9, Community Services and Facilitation Quarterly Report. January to March 2025. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Simpson. Do you want to take us through this one, Director Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. I'll take the report as read. It does seem like a long time ago that it all happened, but so Q3 a little bit quiet in our event world. We had 3 external council events and 1 internal council event. We had 1 Citizenship and Australia Day in January. Then we had another second Citizenship in February this year, but that is not always the case each year. And then plus International Women's Day workshops were held in both Bowen and Proserpine, and they were internal events held at each of our admin buildings. The Prosy Entertainment Centre was closed except the cinema throughout February. And that's basically an annual thing that we are doing to enable like the compulsory maintenance to be conducted throughout February. Although from January to March we had 82 cinema sessions and 18 different movies plus 8 events over that period of time. The Community Services and Facilitation team, we received a whopping 1,227 CRMs for Q3. 920 of those were completed. 920 of those, 29 of those were completed, with the Environmental Health and Local Laws team receiving 976 and 757 completed, and that is a huge effort from a small number of officers within those 2 branches. And of course, Councillor Bowman, yep, the highest complaint was overgrown private properties during this year's full-on wet season. The library teams, they were busy with home library services that commenced after Christmas break, and the school holiday program again proved once again that it's a great place to be, and it's the creative exploration and the community engagement at the libraries through the holidays it's unbelievable, the amount of the attendance over the holidays. 6 of the library staff and myself, we had the opportunity to attend the Queensland Public Library Association conference. The conference was in Townsville, and it was such a great conference to be at with the ladies, just to see the networking. They were chatting, and just for them to actually sit there and the stories, you know, they're facilitated and they're presented, but the ladies realise that then what happens in their libraries and the not so good days, it also happens in a number of other libraries, you know, throughout, and they also realise while they were there, a lot of the libraries, there's just one person in that library all day, every day, and they're very isolated, these people, where we have the luxury of always having 2 staff members in the library, at least 2 staff members at all times. The library's monthly borrowing and website visits both increased, with attendance in e-library decreasing through Q2. On to NRM. Council was awarded a Flying Fox Roost Management Grant of $66,000 to assist residents impacted by Flying Fox. The rollout process for the grant has been developed, which aims to deliver the funds where they are best needed, and that process is out, and we have started work with that. We've actually had inquiries in regards to it. Cyclone Alfred and the coastal storms have caused a fair bit of coastal erosion along the coast. And that is being monitored, and a little bit of work has been already done at Rose Bay as well. The CCAT, which is the Coastal Council Adaptation Task Force, is now underway with a renewed focus on the implementation of coastal hazard adaptation strategies. Declared weed control and spraying program on the state roads was definitely reduced due to the bad weather. Water samples were collected from 19 sites in the Wake Creek, Galbraith Creek and Campbell Creek catchments in February. Now, the purpose of the water sampling is to gather data on how our urban catchments are responding to the rainfall and the impact of urban development. The water sampling is complementing the erosion and sediment control program. The Erosion and Sediment Control Program and water sampling is working towards reducing the sediment and moving into the council stormwater system and reducing flood capacity and, of course, reducing impacts on aquatic ecosystems. As to be expected, during the first quarter of the calendar year, the Collinsville RV Park only had a total of 508 people visiting the park, which of course is a decrease of just on 24% from the previous quarter. Bowen Work Camp contributed 2,030 hours towards community landscaping maintenance, community indoor tasks, and Whitsunday Regional Council landscape maintenance had quite a full contingent of ladies for the quarter. The council off-street car parks generated a whopping $189,878 for Q3 with 23,700 transactions. Believe it or not, that was a decrease of 36.79% from the previous quarter. So that quarter two in 2024, the end of the year was really, there must have been a lot of people in Airlie most of the time. The community services admin team, they generated a total of 11,294 pieces of correspondence and registrations for Q3, and also took 2,449 telephone calls. So those ladies never stopped. A little quieter for the customer service team, and thank goodness it is, because they take our overflow, what we can't pick up on the phones, over the 3-month period with 6,631 visitors through the service centres. That's a decrease of 47.71. Without rates and water billing, the numbers definitely decreased to the front counters. And for the previous quarter, and an increase of receipts issued to 51,370 from 31,196. Telephone calls into the front counter, into the call centre, increased to 10,743 from 8,166 the previous quarter. And after hours calls generated 433 tasks over that period of time. Granted, some of that is the January, the New Year's period, plus with the rain, we get a lot of extra calls coming into the after hours. The Bowen Swimming Club held their carnival in March over 2 days, and as usual, it was a highly successful event. March 2025 was again quite busy for the lifeguard team at the Airlie Beach Lagoon. The only time they weren't was basically when the rain was inclement and the pool was the lagoon was closed for a period of time. But got the water temperature back around 27 to 32 degrees market for most of the period, and tried to hold it there, and try to hold it at about over 26. When it gets to 26, it's not pleasant in there, but if they can get it up around that 27 to 32, that's when the attendees seem to really enjoy the water. We had 343 offences during the period at the Airlie Beach Lagoon precinct. That required a security guard to be engaged during the holidays to deal with the difficult situations that are created in and around the lagoon. A lot of people won't take any notice of the lifeguards. However, a security officer in a uniform seems to get the message across and make them understand that they do have to look after their children in the lagoon, plus a number of other offences, smoking and drinking and that sort of thing around the lagoon. The Collinsville Swimming Club had their first carnival since the retiling last year, and it created, wait for this, every child that won in their races set the pool record. So they all have their name on the board up there now with the pool record for the formal 25-metre course.
Except for the Chinese swimming team.
Really? Too soon. And lastly, over the 3-month period, the region hosted 40 cruise ships with a total of 92,465 passengers on board. 73,562 of those passengers and crew passed through the marinas to enjoy the land visits. Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors.
Councillor Collins, I'll just ask you, consider your cultural references in the meeting, please.
Sorry about that.
Any questions regarding the quarterly report, Councillor Finlay?
Yes, Mayor, and thank you, Director Julie, for a comprehensive report. Very, very positive, and it's so good that that the councils out there in the community and the community's responding as well. So, and I just want to convey my thanks to the officers involved with the restoration of the dunes, particularly on Kings Beach, Mr Mayor. We had pretty severe erosion along there this year, and some of the sheets were just about ready to go and encroaching on our directed roads here in the near future. So pleased to say that the sand that's been pushed up there has saved those trees, and and I guess maybe down the track we might need to see whether or not we need to have a more permanent solution on there, but hopefully we don't have any more big tides or winds that go with it so much this year, Mr Mayor. But an interesting comment about the swimming. Proserpine pool numbers increased, but all the other ones decreased because of the rain. But not sure what goes on in Proserpine, but Councillor John might know what he's doing. All good.
No pools today.
Okay, Councillor Simpson.
It's a question directed at Julie on the NRM side of things. The aerial shooting, there were no flights, no shootings in the quarter. Is that weather related or budget related?
No, that's weather related.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks again, Director Julie. I recognise we have some issues with people having fun down the lagoon, but look at those numbers. Out of 55,000 visitations over that 3 month period, they end up with 343 issues. It works out at about 0.6% of people. So I think it's very, very low number, but we know too often it's the few that cause problems for very many. My question to the Director is, obviously know how busy everyone is, including local laws, but just with these short-term accommodation inspections and licence issues, we're at 8 through the quarter, just how the team's progressing with picking up those STAs from planning approval into our local law licence. Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, who's the mayor?
Something, Director?
I just have some figures here, but we don't have a great deal of outstanding inspections to be conducted. What we are finding is that there is increasing numbers who are deciding not to. They do have their as of right, or they have their planning approval, but they have decided to. Here's one I prepared earlier. Just thought I forgot this question. So there's 47 have dropped away. In total, we have 154 properties inspected and licensed, and we have 7 on our books still to be. And this was a close of business on Friday, so Corin's probably done a couple this week already. But those numbers we notice are starting to increase. Folk are deciding not to short term anymore and to go into long term rentals. Yeah.
Just one I had briefly, Director, just on the customer transactions, we reference obviously receipts, e-services receipts, and then CRMs, e-services, CRM. So that's the when we're talking e-services, we're talking self-service online. So I guess talking to some of the percentages there, quite low. Can you possibly talk to anything that's being done to drive, I guess, more activity through that self-service? Paul?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So between Shane, Manager of Customer Service, and Jason's team with IT, plus with Leah with Finance, they are working towards getting more self-serve e-services, so you don't actually have to come into the building. We're not going to get everybody because we have probably a generation that we like to come into the buildings, but they are working towards to try and increase it each year, or each rating period, basically. Yeah.
That's all right.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Director Julia, thank you for that report. Just in regards to, just had a few inquiries of late, and I know we've had to really look into the budget in regards to savings and that sort of thing for this upcoming budget. However, just with the dedicated weed officer's position in Bowen, I know that that gentleman has retired, but how are you managing not having that or doing without? And I guess the reason I'm raising this is if we could, because this is a position that is on the ground and that we really do need. Do the other towns have a dedicated weed officer? And like, how do they cope? And yeah, I guess it's probably not really a discussion for right now, but if we could just flag it and look into this, maybe have some further discussions later. But just, I guess, how are you coping right now?
So right at this, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Wright, right at this point in time, it's spread amongst the team, plus contractors. A lot of that work is done under the RNPC, so we have a component of, like, infrastructure have a huge component of the RSPC. We have a smaller component of the RSPC, and so that work is being done under contract, plus the other two land protection officers are picking up some of that work as well. So.
Any further questions, comments on the quarterly report? The motion that council receive the Community Services and Facilitation Quarterly Report for quarter 3, 24-25. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Okay, item 11.10, trustee list in the State of Queensland, represented by the Queensland Fire Department. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Finlay. Director Bradshaw, do you want to run us through your report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, you have before you essentially a change to the lease area. Council's been approached by the Queensland Fire Department. It has a displaced brigade at Abbott Point, and we already have an existing facility for Bowen Delta in Marinda. The resolution seeks to increase the lease area essentially to accommodate both of the brigades on the one site. This has been led by the Queensland Fire Department with the consent of both of the groups, and the resolution essentially a mechanical resolution to extend that area, allow both groups to operate from the same parcel. Happy to take any other questions.
Questions for the Director? Councillor Wright.
Just quickly, just to confirm through the Mayor, Peter, just in the consultation, I think I know the answer to this, but in the consultation it doesn't sort of say that both groups were spoken to. So I was just wanting to confirm that like Bowen Delta, Little Fire Brigade and Abbott Point are aware of the situation.
Sean, the floor.
Yes, Councillor Wright, definitely they both were. Obviously, that's the plot from the fire services.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments on this one? Okay, the motion that council authorises the CEO to surrender the current lease and enter into negotiations to execute a new lease as per the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Item 11.11, which is the sole source supply listing for 24-25 updates. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Wright. Director Bradshaw, would you like to go through this one for us?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, you do see this report coming forward a couple of times each financial year. The sole source supplier listing is our opportunity to provide some efficiency in our procurement practices by essentially isolating those suppliers where, given our practices or the assets or the infrastructure that we operate being proprietary, generally they are the only supplier available to support that particular work. The list is scrutinised every 6 months or so to ensure that it is current and that we're still using the suppliers that are listed on there, particularly where there might be opportunities if we sell particular assets or start to do things differently. It just makes sure the list is maintained. There are additions to this list. I think there are 4 or 5 added there to cover current and emerging arrangements. So happy to take questions on the list. It is quite exhaustive, but it does provide those opportunities to generate some procurement efficiencies in our day-to-day operations. Happy to take questions, mate.
Any questions, comments? Councillor Bowman?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have seen this a few times. I go through a few things. I think Jason said it's checked. Probably the comments aren't always checked. Cyber CX has been sitting at 50% implementation for 3 times I've read it now. Still multiple print newspapers throughout the region. I don't know if there are any comments, but it's probably if you are going through and checking them, if the comments were sort of brought up to date so that we do know it is there. I know with the IT department we're working through a lot with this. I hope that every name in here doesn't mean we are handing over money every year for licence fees that may not be being utilised. I expect that's picked up in the review. I noticed one of the new ones is B&B Guard, which will hopefully help us with Airbnb compliance. As we're finding with putting licences out there, people might say they're not going to do it, but I think we need to keep our eye on that. One thing I did see in there was the software time doctor, which was put in for homework hour usage for the COVID restriction period. So I'm wondering, these things, are we paying licence fees for something that's no longer being utilised? So that's what I'd like to see, is just get the best value for money. I know some things may be carried over, some things might not require payment. I think watching every dollar helps. Thanks.
Yeah. Look, I can. The list is checked, so the commentary, around the continued use may not be at 100%. Doesn't mean that they currently aren't being used. And happy to talk outside of session on individual points that have been raised.
Thank you. Anything further regarding the listing or the new ones being added? Okay, the motion that Council resolves in accordance with section 235 A and B of the local government regulations that we're satisfied with the nominated suppliers listed in the sole supplier report and delegate authority to the CEO to enter into the required contracts with those suppliers and further detail listed in the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Okay, item 11.12, annual revaluation effective 30th of June 2026. I'll move this one. Second, Councillor Wright. Director Jason, would you like to speak for this?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, councillors, as you are aware, each year we do receive the opportunity to be offered a revaluation of all the land in the local government area. That's conducted through the Department of Resources. Essentially, land is the basis and land value is the basis on which general rates are levied. So it is essential information for the local government area. Council is required to pay each year for that service, whether or not a revaluation occurs. We pay for receipt of the valuation roll, which does change throughout the year as lots are reconfigured, new lots come on, other lots are amalgamated, and values change as parcels are traded, for want of a better term, throughout the year. It has been, we have had a 1 year gap, if you like, in our valuation. So the intent is, given the continuing property market, that we do write back to the State Department and seek to have council included in the revaluation list. You will note that we're paying in the order of $150,000 each year to receive the valuations. We have been working diligently around the creation of a new rating strategy, and those foundations will be laid in the 25-26 budget. A revaluation in the following year is probably a good opportunity for us to validate that strategy, but also to see how we can manage the impacts of any changes in the valuation. So it is proposed that a revaluation be undertaken. That decision gets made through the ministers. Obviously there's 77 local governments in Queensland. They can't do 77 every year, so they ascertain a number that they have the capacity to do, and then hopefully we'll be on the short list to get included this year. Happy to take questions.
Councillor Clifford.
Through you to the Director, would the fact that we're actually growing quite rapidly have any influence on us going to the sort of up the list? I noticed on the news this morning that the Gold Coast is growing exponentially, a lot faster than the national average, probably about twice.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the growth in sales certainly are one of the factors that they consider, but it's also access to available resources and also the types of land that are changing. So they're actually keen to see sales across the whole of the local government area, across all of the industries and potentially land uses. That makes it a more worthwhile activity than just what might be happening from a residential perspective in terms of continued residential land coming on. But that will be put in our our letter back to the department. We'll identify the fact that we continue to have changes in properties and sales throughout the region.
Any further commentary? Okay, the motion that Council requests the Department of Resources to include Whitsunday Regional Council local government area as part of the 2026 revaluation program to take effect on the 30th of June 2026. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion's carried unanimously. Item number 11.13, notification of water meter reading period. Moved Councillor Wright, second Councillor Collins. Director Bradshaw, would you like to talk to this one as well?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, this report's somewhat mechanical. You do see it again multiple times each year. It is to set the reading periods. That's a statutory requirement under the legislation. The date that is chosen there has some flexibility for weeks either side to allow us to physically undertake the reads, and that is proposed to be commenced in June 24 for the billing that will happen in the latter half of this year. Happy to take any questions, mate.
Councillor Fillon.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just a question to Director Jason, just confirmation that the revenue from this meter read is recorded in the 25-26 financial statements as revenue and also charged out at whatever rate we decide in the budget for 25-26, not at the rate of 24-25 budget.
I'm listening and I'm just sorry, I don't think through you, Mr Mayor. The reading is for consumption that is prior to the end of the financial year, and it is billed in the new financial year. Yeah. So the readings that we take now will be billed on the 25-26 budget. Fees and charges and utility rates and charges that are adopted for the 25-26 financial year.
Further questions, comments? Okay, the motion that Council declare the water meter reading date to be the 9th of June 2025 for the commencement of the reading of water meters for the billing period. I'll put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item 11.14, schedules of fees and charges for 2025-2026. Moved Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Finlay.
He was actually ahead of, oh, you're going.
No, I've got to move over here. Do I have a second?
I'll withdraw my second vote because I'm not going along with that.
Okay. So moved Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Bowman. Bradshaw, I'll give you an opportunity to speak this.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, again in advance of the 25-26 budget, we seek to set the fees and charges through the month of May. So if any billing is required for periods early in the financial year, for example from July 2025, those fees and charges preparations can be made. There's been a significant review of the fees and charges across the development of this year's budget for the 25-26 year. There have been a number of increases across various aspects of the fees and charges structures that you see before you. There are variations probably between 5 and 15% on average across the fees and charges that are contained in there. Some of those relate directly to the provision of services, and council is to set the fees and charges for cost recovery only at that value that recovers the work that is performed and the cost that work is to us. There is a separate schedule of commercial charges that is being shown in the confidential section of the agenda, which will also be considered today as well. There will be numbers of fees and charges in those pages. Councillors may have questions, and I'll seek to get some clarity from the other directors on specific fees and charges as might be required, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go for the questions, councillors. Councillor Finlay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I don't fully support all the fees and charges that are in there. I guess I don't know what percentages, but there's one that I don't support. And I'll speak to the change which I would like to propose and for the other councillors to consider. The green waste fees have gone up by 25%, and I understand there's a cost of doing that out of the tips, our land disposal places, and that's fair enough. However, a 25% increase is too much in one go, and Mr. Mayor, we've had to make decisions regarding our rates and budgets, which will be coming up. And you know, we are phasing in some price parks, and I believe that 25% increase is too much in one go. And on parity with other fees and charges that we've been doing and our rates, we're increasing it on a flatter sort of scale. I'm proposing that we increase our green waste fees to 8.42%, more than what it was last year, and continue that price park probably for the next 3 years. Mr. Mayor, there's a lot of residents that and I encourage residents to have beautiful trees in the yards and everything like that, but it does come at a cost because there's a lot of green waste, and not everybody can take the rubbish to the tip and have to have commercial operators come in and pick up their rubbish and take it out the tip. And obviously they're going to get charged, they're going to put on that charge back to the ratepayers and back to the residents. Some of our residents are really struggling, Mr. Mayor, on this cost of living crisis that we have at the moment, and again, this is just another impost on cost of living. So I would seek the other councillors' consideration I'm happy with all the other fees and charges except the green waste fees, and only increase that by 8.42%. Thank you.
Could I ask the director speak to the fee in question, and I guess note that it isn't a broad fee on green waste charges, it is a selective fee on commercial green waste. So if the director can just talk to the application of that particular fee, I think from my understanding its application is a little bit different to, I guess, the breadth and the broadness that Councillor Finlay has articulated in his comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question. So, again, the fee drops out of our full cost pricing model. So it's based upon the cost of processing and managing green waste. It's impacted by the fact that we don't charge for full green waste from other sources. So we basically bundle up the total cost of the management of green waste. We do try and distribute some of that cost across the general access fee, recognising that anyone who's not a commercial customer can bring green waste to our waste facilities. There is an apportionment through the model to the different sources of the green waste. This one is our estimate of the full cost recovery of management of the green waste that comes from commercial sources. It's $20. It's again at our transfer stations. It's an estimated amount of weighbridge. So there's a conversion factor in relation to volume. But the fee provided in the structure is there is green waste fee per cubic metre and a green waste fee per tonne. So again, it's the two fees are there to deal with the transfer station versus the waste facilities where we have weighbridges. So from our perspective, it is the assessed full cost of providing that service to commercial customers. The other complication, as I articulated in the past, is that we need to be able to give our contracted facility managers clear instruction to manage the waste levy and manage waste in relation to what we consider to be a commercial load. So effectively anyone who turns up at a waste facility with a load that has a weight greater than 2 tonne or has any form of marking on the side of it indicates it's a business, we effectively charge them the commercial fee regardless of where they tell us the green waste has come from. And I understand that can cause some angst for a part of the community that Councillor Finlay has referred to. But the challenge is that there's, in relation to managing it at the gate when someone turns up, there's no simple way to manage that without some other system in place. And the fee that's proposed is considered to be the full cost pricing fee for commercial green waste, which is delivered to our facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Rock.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Just to Councillor Finlay, I guess how did you come up with that figure, that percentage? And also, I guess, in doing this, I guess in future, like I would like to see us discuss this around the table before it sort of comes to a meeting. But yeah, I probably just need some more feedback, if we can, please.
Ms. Finlay, would you like to respond?
Mr Mayor, it's, thank you to Councillor Michelle. It's at the board table, Mr Mayor, that we make our decisions, and that's what we're here today. I was proposing, I guess, in our briefings, 8.33%, which is 25% divided by 3. I've increased it up a little bit to go up to 8.42% on a little bit more increase on those. The only ones. But yeah, roughly I'd like to phase in over a 3-year period rather than 1 year.
Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, I'd just like to state my appreciation. I know a significant amount of work's gone into restructuring these fees. I think a significant amount of learning for the departments and the people to actually look at what it costs us to provide these services, what the cost increase to council is, and how just putting a percentage on prices has had creep and got us out of kilter. So, also, as I stated briefly before, was if we aren't doing cost recovery on this, every other ratepayer is subsidising something for a job. So I think it is a good idea, and I think some of these are still staged across future years to get us back on track. When it comes to the green waste, I looked at this, I raised some issues last year in the cost setting, but you can look at 25%, but this is actually $4 per cubic metre for a commercial contractor. That's $1 per wheelie bin load. So if you're paying someone to go out and mow your lawn and pack it up and take it there, you're probably talking about a $1 price difference. Now for me, I look at these costs against increases to the offset that realistically, if we're putting them up that much, people have been underpaying previously. So there is some corrections I think we've smoothed, but when it comes to me, a dollar extra per wheelie bin within a commercial contractor price, and the fact one day I dream of just getting to green bins and actually getting a lot of this stuff out of landfill that's currently going into red lid bins. So I think there is a price part there, and the sooner we move on that, and spacing us 3 years to get to correction will actually help us go forward.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the Director. So if I borrow my next door neighbour's ute, so I'm out there happily pruning my trees, and I borrow my next door neighbour's ute, who has got a sign on the side of his car, I get charged as a commercial. Just trying to, asking for a friend.
Director.
Mr Mayor, I'm only giggling because someone used that line last night, asking for a friend. In a totally different context. That's correct, Councillor Tippett. If the waste appears to have generated from a business, then if there was a commercial sticker or logo on the side of your friend's ute, unless they could tell a plausible story, our instruction to our contractors, waste services companies, is that they would recognise that as a commercial load and charge them accordingly. So the answer to your question is yes. Mr Mayor, while I'm on my feet, if I can, I just wanted to give some greater clarity as well, is that we only do full cost recovery for green waste on the mulching and transport of the green waste off-site. It's actually not in effect. a complete full cost model, that's in the order of $41 to $42 a tonne plus about, cubic metre plus about $150 per tonne. So I just want to clarify that, we're only applying against green waste in our model. The direct cost, which we can clearly identify, which is the cost to mulch it and transport it if we have to take it off-site. So it's only a portion of the total cost of providing the facility that actually recovered from the green waste. So it's already effectively, to a degree, subsidised because we've only adopted a model with a fixed cost of green waste.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the Director again. What percentage of the mulch that we actually end up with after we've mulched it all is sold as opposed to given away? Roughly. I'm not going to hold you to...
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I don't take that question on notice.
Yeah, sure.
We actually, with 3 years there, we don't necessarily sell a lot. The majority of our mulch in recent times has actually gone into mixing with biosolids and has been used for rehabilitation of our active landfill, active landfill cells. Again, from our own use perspective, we actually stockpile very clean through our parks and gardens areas. There's a lot of members of our community who are concerned because there could be weed species, there could be other contaminants in there, could be seed, could be other things. So it's an interesting one in relation to not composting it and trying to sterilise the product a lot more than just mulching it and then selling it as a mulch product. So we don't have a lot of take up. Again, we have a process where we have the ability to give it to community groups under donations arrangements. Again, we're exploring that with Director Wright in relation to trying to make sure we have visibility of how that happens and when it happens. We actually don't sell a significant amount of green waste. Probably, actually, you've had to guess. I think we probably give away more than what we actually sell.
Oh, look, I'm sure.
Yeah, look, I think on the issue, nobody likes to see an increase like that to fees and charges, but we need to keep track of the fact that, if we're not recovering our costs on that item, then the general ratepayer is the one picking up the tab for the cost of doing that rather than the user of those services. I think that's important. We need to make sure that, the real direction we've tried to set with fees and charges is that the users of those services are the ones that pay for it and not the general ratepayer, and I think that's a trend we need to continue to maintain. So, Councillor Finlay?
Okay, just one final comment. I just note Councillor Clay's comment there that some fees are being staged. Not this one. Don't understand.
Just on full cost pricing, it probably is still staged, but moving towards full cost recovery. Across to other fees and charges, the CEO can do changes to these under delegation. I only got through most of it this morning. We've still got mattresses, commercial per tonne rather than each. A few other little things there. Probably only another minor analogy is with the Collinsville Community Centre, that the bond for private people up to 100 persons is $268, where other bonds are only $158. So considering that it's a bond, I don't know, but is it appropriate just for me to forward these on as notes that we can deal with them? They're only minor issues, I don't see any other pricing issues.
So any other discussion around specific items of the fees and charges, or to Councillor Finlay's point around the commercial green waste fees? Councillor Rob?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. Just in regards to Councillor Finlay's staging of it, I guess why haven't we gone down that route? Is it because of the waste does cost us, and I know it's getting harder and harder, and the goalposts keep shifting all the time, particularly with waste, and they're bringing in new legislation all the time, and it's very, very hard to keep up with those changes, especially legacy landfills and that now that we're meant to maintain, and yet we're just meant to have budgeted for all these things years ago that we just never could foresee. So I guess I know that it is harder to manage the waste. It's not as easy as just digging a hole in the ground and burying it. Like, there's a lot of environmental costs and things that are associated with that. But I guess my question is just in regards to the staging.
Would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Stan. Thank you, Councillor Wright, for the question. Again, we've articulated what we believe the cost is. Again, it's based entirely on the cost of mulching and transporting the waste off site. So, again, the staging is a matter for council. The overall impact in the waste model, like I say, it's going to be talking a small cubic metre and tonnage rate in relation to the overall many of our sites. I think councils, particularly in Cannon Vale, will be aware. Whenever we mulch at Cannon Vale, we get some lucky of trying to find that happy medium.
Absolutely.
We've gone from mulching every 4 months to we're almost going to be mulching monthly. So our green waste is a challenge for us. In some respects, none of the pricing for green waste is intended to disincentivise bringing green waste to our facilities if commercial operators had an alternate. But what you see there is actually the true cost, and if you don't charge your commercial operators the true cost of mulching and transport, then in effect your other parts of your customer base are subsidising that piece of the puzzle. So staging takes us to a place, but it doesn't take away cross-subsidisation for the next 12 months. Thank you for the question.
Okay, further comments? So at this point in time, the motion we've got there is to adopt the existing set of fees and charges. So the motion the council, in accordance with section 97 Local Government Act, set the cost recovery fees as detailed per the schedule in the report for the 25-26 financial year. And in accordance with the section 262(3)(c the Local Government Act, set other charges as detailed per the schedule, and then also delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate fees and charges other than those that are cost recovery fees in accordance with the section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Sorry?
No. Yeah. Mr. Mayor, can I, obviously I'm voting for all the other fees and charges except for that one, so, and I know we've got to adopt it all together, but just if I could have it noted that I'm not voting, I'm voting against.
You're not in support of the commercial waste fee. We're able to note that separately in the minutes of the report. So the motion is carried unanimously. Councillor Finlay wishes to note that he is not supportive of the change to the commercial green waste charge increase.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So moving on, item 11.15, Queensland Audit Office Interim Audit Report. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Wright. Director Bradshaw, would you like to talk to this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, the interim report from the Queensland Audit Office is tabled for you today in accordance with the requirements under the legislation. This interim audit report was tabled and considered by the Audit and Risk Committee last week when it met on the 20th of May. The interim report demonstrates the findings of our external audit for the work that they've done on site, predominantly around checking the internal controls and the internal control environment for the organisation. They do come back for a secondary audit around Council's financial statements to check the accuracy of those statements and then any other issues that might arise. The interim audit report identifies a single deficiency in the audit work that's been undertaken this year, and it is in relation to Council's ICT system and a level of security in there. That matter has since been resolved to the satisfaction of audit, and whilst audit identified that there may have been opportunities for security breaches, there are actually higher level controls in place that wouldn't have allowed that to happen. That's been noted and acknowledged by Council's external auditors. That issue is resolved. The only other issue that remained outstanding from previous financial year was in relation to reconciliation of valuations. A separate report was tabled at the Audit Committee on the 20th of May to close that work out, and that matter is now considered closed in respect of the audit. We have an obligation, you do, Mr. Mayor, to table this report to Council. It's tabled in that respect and happy to take any other questions councillors might have.
Thank you, Director. So any questions to the Director? Obviously the report is the findings of the audit result, but yeah, I guess just anything from some of the matters being reported on by the through the external audit.
Just for me, thank you. I think IT security is obviously very important to us. I think with the technicality they picked up here, that realistically somebody's accessibility was switched off at one level, just not at all levels. Some of it was out-of-date software in any case. So I do think it's good that we're being that thorough, but I didn't really see a security issue there. Probably for me, you know, within us getting up to $1.4 billion worth of assets, I'm just wondering with the 121 million overvaluation, you know, where was that reported? I tried to look even within the sewage and water assets. I know we had a significant increase and I saw those numbers, but I'm just wondering, you know, was this reported to us and then taken away? And also, you know, realistically, I think it's just a double up situation, but did that affect our depreciation numbers at all? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. It was reported through the annual audit and financial statements. The detail of that would have been considered at Council's Audit and Risk Committee. The financial statements that were published and finalised were without error, so that information that's been disclosed is accurate. You may not necessarily see it in the workings of the numbers that are finally published. It would be in the work papers associated with the asset valuations. Hasn't impacted the depreciation from what's been stated. It's somewhat of a technical matter, but we have addressed it and resolved it to the satisfaction of internal audit. At this time, I'm happy to talk to the detail outside of session, Mr. Mayor.
Any further councillors? Okay, the motion that council receive and note the contents of the Queensland Audit Office 2025 Interim Audit Report. Put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Okay, item. Yeah, actually, I'm just noting the time is 10:41, so I'll move to adjourn for morning tea at 10:41. All in favour? Carried unanimously.
Yep, so that's the local government report. Okay, all right, we resume everyone at 11:04. Do you have 11:03 or 11:04? 11:04?
Whatever you say, man.
11:04. Okay, next item on our agenda today is item 11:16, the Queensland Audit Office Local Government 2024 Report 13. Mover, please. Move Councillor Wright. Phone off, please, Councillor Clifford. Second, Councillor Barnum. Director Bradshaw, would you speak to this one?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, for completeness, I've included the local government report to Parliament that reports on all local government audits from across Queensland for the financial year. The tables in the back give you some indication of our performance against other local governments, and I really just wanted to highlight some of the key issues that were in that report. The recommendations come out, there are three key recommendations that come from that report. The first one doesn't necessarily have current implications for us. The second two around assessment of climate risks and looking at asset consumption ratio are things that we certainly have been referenced, but we're waiting on further direction from the Queensland Audit Office and the Queensland Department of Local Government from. It does reference the number of deficiencies and changes in financial statements across the whole of Queensland. I probably just want to highlight a couple of issues that we would have talked about at the time. The first one was in relation to the receipt of the federal government financial assistance grants outside of the financial year. So we had budgeted in the 23-24 financial year to receive those payments. As a result of not receiving those payments, we did actually end the year with an operating deficit because that grant payment hadn't come in. The report isolates that on page 304 of the agenda and basically talks about the receipt of untied grants and what those impacts were on council's financial results. It does then highlight over the page that a number of those councils that had generating operating deficits, had they received the funding as forecast, would have had generated an operating surplus. And I just wanted to confirm that we are one of those councils. Had we received the grant money, we would have remained in a positive operating position. The other one I just wanted to highlight inside that report also was our performance in relation to where we sit against other councils. We are referenced in the schedules, page 350 of the agenda, in what's termed a Tier 4 council. And I just wanted to highlight the fact that whilst our asset sustainability ratio went down, on the 5-year average, it's still well above what's expected for those particular ratios. And one thing that the report calls on, particularly in relation to the asset ratios, is consideration of those ratios being assessed against the individual asset classifications, and that's something that we'll work towards. And I know there's been some talk already on how we're performing with our asset replacements, particularly in our water and sewer networks, and that I suppose inkling from the Queensland Audit Office gives us an understanding that they may well be looking for us to create more information in that space at a granular level around those utility services. Mr Mayor, the report's fairly general in detail, but just trying to highlight that Council does remain in a stable financial position. It's referenced in the report with minimum issues for the Queensland Audit Office, and just for transparency, tabling that report. Happy to take any questions if members may have it.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Barnum?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to thank Jason and the department. I think he missed something out that he loves to remind us of, is that in the reporting back for a Tier 4 council, we're doing it in about half the time of other peer councils. I mean, I always hate to think of our finance department working as hard as they do, but I also understand that us moving through that quickly allows us to get on with the the new budget and the new financial year. So I appreciate the work they do, but I just think that's another point that deserves recognition amongst these figures. Thanks.
Councillor Martin, any further comment? Okay, the motion the council received the Queensland Audit Office Local Government Report 2025 and note the outcomes and assessment from the 2024 Financial Audit Report, Local Government for Whitsunday Regional Council. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Item 11.17 is our monthly finance report. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Finlay. Director Bradshaw, will get you to give us an overview of the month.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, councillors, you have before you financial information for the period to the end of April 2025, based on where the performance of the organisation was at that time, demonstrating an operating surplus of just over $13 million at this time in the financial year. Whilst we are getting towards the end of the financial year, there's still a strong appreciation for what's changing and the movements in the revenue and expenses that will occur over the balance of the financial year. We are continuing to manage the employee costs under some fairly tight supervision, but also looking at making sure that the money that we have set aside for materials and services is consumed during the financial year, and we seem to be on track for that to happen over the balance of the budget. The community wealth graph on table on page 359 does demonstrate that the value of the assets of the local government area do continue to move in an upward direction, and you can see the value is just over $1.414 billion as at the end of the April financial year. The performance in terms of our management of cash continues to demonstrate that we are making value where we can out of the money that we do hold, but we will note that as the delivery of the capital program increases and we spend more of that money that's been set aside for capital expenditure, then the result of that is decreasing interest on investments and decreasing revenue coming into the local government area. Capital delivery remains on track. You look at the graph against the actuals and commitments, it is tracking to be delivered in accordance with what's been set as the program for the financial year. The sustainability ratios do remain all within the bounds as at the 30th of April. They're reported there, and happy to take any questions on the balance of the report as read, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any questions regarding the monthly report? Councillor Martin.
Quick ones from me, I haven't had a chance, thanks Mr. Mayor, to cross-reference them with the budget review, but things that stick out to me after a couple of years of reading these accounts, I'll end up in a corner talking to Councillor Finlay at parties and numbers, but on page 363 of the agenda in our comprehensive income, just the sales of contract and recoverable works, if that's just a phasing issue that we're running there, and then further down in capital revenue, just the other capital revenue sitting 700,000 down. Before Director Adam gets a chance to leave the room maybe, or whether Jason can answer those for me.
Would you speak to that, Rachel?
So, first one, Councillor Finlay, I think the sales and recoverable works contracts, that's probably just a timing issue at this point in the financial year. So I know that we are continually working through the road maintenance performance contracts, the RNPC work that's done through infrastructure services. Given the equal demands around all things budget, financials and managing the day-to-day activities, some of that's been delayed, but those claims are progressing and they will be submitted in time through the financial year. There might just be a timing delay on the payment for the work that occurs during June, but we generally accrue that number back into the financial year as well. So that's really just a timing issue. The claims are afoot. I'm not sure if Gary wants to add a little bit more to that before I come back to the next answer.
tag team for Mr. Mayor, it's actually Gary question, so that's effectively our MPC contract. So yes, the claims have been caught up. There's always a slight delay, so it's more of a timing issue. We also had our management accountant on leave during the period as well, so effectively there's not a lot of backup in that space. And when we've got a lot of budget work on, we prioritise the preparation of the budget because the management accountant puts the budget together for my transport infrastructure in parks and gardens to a large degree. So again, it's a significant failure. So that's just a delay in getting the invoices in.
Go back to the second one, if I can remember it, Councillor Bowman, around the other capital revenue. Some of that will be influenced by the fleet sales, so generally in the turnover of the plant and equipment. If we're generally trading or selling another asset, that needs to be recognised. I know that there are stocks of machinery and vehicles ready for auction. I'm just not sure on the timing of those disposals, and some of the tradings might have been netted off on the way through, so I'll follow up where the transactions are at for that. But we are afoot at heading towards an auction where we have significant sales to come forward. So it may just be a timing issue before the financial year, but that explains the difference.
Director Mayor, you speak up, Councillor Bowman, if you like. Just around the total current claiming. So our seventh claim was lodged back on the 13th of this month. Total claims in the order of $3.62 million so far. And our next claim actually, from memory, was actually lodged late last week. So we are catching up. But at the moment, up until the end of March, we had claimed 3.62. So payment will flow through in the next quarter, or the current quarter, I should say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Further questions, comments? Director, just looking at the monthly report there, and I guess with reference to the BR3 as well, just around materials and services, I think we're at 61 million expenditure, 93% year to date. Is that a similar reason, I guess, to what we're just talking there with capital there? I know we're obviously forecasting an increase to materials and services through BR3. Is that really just, I guess, trying to understand, are we going to end up with a gap there if we're at 61 at the end of April and then we're reforecasting up to 80 million through BR3? Is that just solely down to that timing of invoices, or just trying to understand the reasoning there a bit more?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It is partly, but what you don't see here is what's referenced in the operational commitments. So when we talk about the capital work, we'll show you the commitment value. So that's materials and services paid for, but what's committed to be paid. In these numbers here, you're not seeing what's committed to be paid. So there is a gap there. I'm happy to provide that information into the future. We are hopeful that we will get close to that 100% figure in the operational materials and services this year, partly in the work getting done and partly in the actual increased cost of doing business, and I have communicated that to Council a couple of times already, but the current gap there would be represented by operational commitments for contracts and works that we know we're committed to spend. There are also a number of accounts that will either come in at the end of the financial year or the start of the next financial year, so the timing and the phasing of the payments isn't an exact science, and we're just working on that from managing the cash flow perspective, so that would explain the difference.
Thank you, Director. Any further questions or comments on the monthly financial report? Okay, the motion that Council receive the monthly financial report, including the unaudited financial statements for the period ended 30th of April 2025, I'll put to the vote. All those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Okay, so now we'll move to our supplementary agenda item, which is at 12.1, which is our budget review 3. Can I have a mover? Move Councillor Clifford. I'm a seconder. Second, Councillor Simpson. Jason, if you can talk us through this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apologies for the lateness of the report, and I do need to recognise that my peer colleagues didn't get an opportunity to comment on some of this, and I'll try and cover some of the commentary that explains some of the differences. We had scheduled to always undertake a budget review 3 to clearly understand what our position for the end of financial year might look like, and also to recognise that we had forecast at the commencement of the financial year that we would seek to draw money down from Council's operational reserves to fund future master planning works, which is able to be recognised through capitalisation. In doing that, what you are seeing is a forecast in an increase in the operating deficit, and that's still subject to timing around receipt of grants, but based on what we know in the current financial year, the deficit will move to $3.662 million. A lot of those changes represent rebalancing around the staff vacancies that are carried through the organisation and managing the wages. So the significant change through what's seen as the Office of the Mayor and CEO actually recognises where the Labor front-loaded dividend is actually retrieved by. So essentially there's in the order of $800,000 that represents the savings that we accumulate by not all positions being filled all of the time for all of the year, and trying to manage the wages as closely as possible. So there's a significant movement there around the other side of the journal, if you like, around where those labour efficiencies are recognised. There's also been inside that essentially the deferral of the safety system implementation that was referenced in the current operational plan and working. So the selection of that system is well underway, but its implementation will be deferred into the 25-26 financial year. Again, the movements in relation to infrastructure are really around reduced salaries from the vacancy rates. Again, within corporate services, reduced salary rates. There is some increase in IT contract work there that's been factored in as well. The significant movement that's reflected there against capital network and planning is really the reflection of the money being drawn down from the operational reserves. It doesn't reflect any overspend by that area of the budget, because we said at the start of the year we actually didn't draw that money down, so we've had the cash set aside in operational reserves. The way we draw it through, that's reflected through, the way we draw that money back into the organisation is reflected through the budgets in that capital and network planning area, and that's really to fund master plans, the Earlybanks Precinct Master Plan, Bowen Waterfront Precinct Plan, some work around Chute Harbour, and also the Cannon Vale Centres District Master Plan, if that's the right terminology. So that money's being drawn down out of reserves, and it is reflected in the movements that you see in the resolution from Council, based on our best understanding of what those projects will cost at the end of this financial year. The reductions and the changes in relation to the commercial services area actually demonstrate both a reduction in passenger revenue and a reduction in contractors and expenses associated with that work. And so, you know, essentially money's coming out of both the revenue and the expense side from a balance perspective. Again, movements around some salary areas there as well. And again, in communities and regional strategies, there's really the movements associated with the salary redistribution right through the organisation. So there are a number of movements there in relation to the operational budgets that really should see us close to what those forecast positions are when we strike the annual financial statements at the end of the financial year. Any questions on that first, Mayor? Happy for my other colleagues if they want to make a contribution, if I haven't represented stuff accurately before I talk about capital.
Any questions, councillors? No? Councillor Finlay?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, obviously budget fluctuates during the year. I guess just one question regarding the 1.3 million in our planning studies, and obviously we need to do them. My question there is, why weren't they included in our original budget?
So you may remember what we decided to do was we allocated $2 million in the reserve. We held it in the reserve. We knew at some point we would actually come down with whatever we had spent. So rather than put $2 million in and underspend, we left the $2 million there for as long as we could. We brought it down at the most appropriate time, which is now PR3, to highlight how much we've spent. There's still funds left in that $2 million. Whatever's left will still continue to be used for master planning and network planning in next year's budget.
Councillor Miller?
Mr. Mayor, just going forward in our future budgets, I would certainly like to have any major expenditure of that actually shown in our budgets.
Councillor Miller?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do have to speak about numbers being in red. It's always a concern to me. I think it is a slippery slope, but with the master planning and the network planning, I think that was an expense that we realised was necessary and worthwhile. And I do remember this discussion back in the early days, but the price point wasn't really known to us. We hadn't got all the consultants involved. We did set ourselves a ceiling of $2 million, but as you can see from these figures, we haven't spent that amount. So I think it is a question of transparency and display, but at that point, I didn't feel that the figure needed to be in the budget because we didn't know what the figure was. We knew the money was available in council reserves to make that investment planning for our future. So I think it's fine to be coming out in Budget Review 3. Obviously, that's less of a concern of mine than the rest of the deficit that's there, because that's showing operational overspend. I think that's a significant investments in setting ourselves up for the future is one thing, but getting ourselves on our revenue and cost strategy is what would be an ongoing budget deficit that I wouldn't be happy to live with.
Councillor Miller?
Just understanding the following up, so Jason, or Director Jason, can talk about the financial statements here, proposed, or you want to do that after the capitals?
I'll probably try and do the capital and then talk about the financials, if that makes sense. I just want to make sure no one else wants to say anything, otherwise I'll get other
To say briefly, it popped up in my documents there in October 24, to agree in principle to the transfer of 1.32 from operational reserves to long-term planning. So this figure has been before council and transferred before.
And look, happy for Director Hague to make commentary as well. Look, the capital budget only has a minor change. It's referencing, a $549,000 amendment to the program. Not sure if Director Adam wants to talk more about the detail of that. He would know the individual projects involved. So happy for him to talk to that detail.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll briefly, thanks, Director Jason. So just wanted to highlight, that change of just over 500k in BR3. That's after an exhaustive review of the capital program from deliverability and phasing. So that's a really good result for a BR3 amendment of only 0.5% of the whole capital program. So I don't think we've been at that level before. So pretty happy with that, and the team's work right around council for reviewing those projects to get that result for BR3. The individual projects where there was changes for transparency are in your attachment in the blue column, and a lot of that was just due to rescheduling of the projects. If there were risk around scope, if there was risk around budget, there was some phasing. There was only a couple of minor projects. Again, that may have been cancelled due to master plans or whatever it may be, but on the whole of the project list, it's very, very minimal. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Any questions on the budget
review movements on capital.
Probably quickly to me, one of those small shifts, 57,000 extra going in towards the lighting for Cannavale to Airlie Beach footpath. I think any of us that have been down there, seen the residents that have been wrapping them in masking tape and writing this one doesn't work for a very long time, so I'm happy to see that. Just wondering if that extra budget will be rolling out in this financial year. And one other thing, I was just looking, I think it's shifted, but the Cannavale Community Centre Master Plan has lost its numbers, but that's falling under the hub now. Is it all of the CCCD? Let's just try to track that through to check that budgets are there and we haven't ended up with it. Not that I can see a budget shift there. Thanks.
You clarify that one, Bruce?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So start with the second statement first. The Cannavale Centres District, that's covered under that operational budget we just spoke about that was drawn down from the reserves, and the lighting project. So the hub is a capital project. The Centres District Master Plan is one of those operational projects. And then the lighting project, there was an additional $55,000 requested by Roads and Drainage for some additional scope to do some interim works on that lighting. Thanks.
Just to respond to Councillor Bowman's questions and Rick Adams' response. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we're trying to fast track and prioritise some of the repairs down there, so we can focus on safety. Two-pronged attack. Number one, we've got some money and kids coming as well, but the first step is we've been trying some different type of light, similar to what's being installed in PCYC in Bowen. They're actually quite cost effective. They seem to be working okay. We also have a whole range of old solar which is stored at our Crossing depot, which we're exploring if they can be repaired. If they can be repaired, even though we've got 240 lights in CBD in Airlie Beach, we endeavour to install solar lights as a backup, probably on the same light head, rather than take the other one away. Again, the issue is that the repair to the entire electricity supply to the Airlie Beach precinct is significant, so it's around effectively sticking fingers in the dike until such time we've got a better plan. Thank you.
I think the biggest movement up seems to be in the fleet program. Is that correct? Yeah. Is there any particular reason for that that's abnormal?
I'll let Adam answer, he might know the detail, but I'll have a crack after that.
Yeah, thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I believe there was a bulk of purchases wanting to be brought forward due to market conditions, so we've catered for that at BR3. And Pete and his team are looking to expedite some of the fleet plant replacement.
Yeah. So there's been an opportunity to do more bulk purchase of light vehicles, so we brought forward those light vehicles, knowing some of the trucks and the heavy equipment won't be delivered until next financial year. So yeah, that's the detail of that.
Thank you. Okay, anything further on the capital program? All right, do you want to keep going, Jason?
Probably happy to take questions.
Just questions.
Councillor Finlay's got questions.
Yeah, around the statements, Councillor Finlay, do you have any questions there?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and it's only a notification more so than anything, but and some of it relates to 25-26 column, not so much to 24-25, and I'm talking about the cash balances, and I guess we'll talk about all that when we're actually doing the 25-26 budget, but, and I brought this up once before within the audit committees about our cash. And what happens is on page 14 of this report, the cash flow, say for instance next year, 25-26, you're estimating $42 million in cash. However, when you go to the balance sheet, there's also $20 million of this in a deposit, which doesn't actually get reflected in the cash flow statement. So you have to be very, very careful if someone just picked up that cash flow statement and said we've only got $42 million in the bank out of $130 million at the start of it this year. It can raise some questions. I have asked the question to the auditors, and in particular, if the cash investment should really be included as cash are equivalent, so it's in one line. The auditors have stated in the financial reports that they want to do two separate line items, but at the end of the day, you've got to be very careful how you read this. Yeah. And so in effect, based on this, we would have $60 million in the bank next year. So my other question, which I might, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions around the financial statements in the VR3? No. Okay, you don't have any further you'd like to add? Director Bradshaw?
No, look, it isn't with pride that we stand here looking at an operating deficit. It's something that we're cautious of, and some of it's related to timing, but it's certainly something that we've taken steps to manage better in the forward budgets as we move forward.
Thank you. All right, the motion the Council resolves in accordance with section 173 of the Local Government Regulation to revise the Whitsunday Regional Council budget for the year 24-25 as per the statements presented in the report, and also to make transfers from our financial reserves for the year for the specific items listed at point C there through the report. I put it to the vote. Those in favour? The vote is carried unanimously. Okay, so that brings us to the end of our ordinary report items. We now will move to confidential business. Can I please have a mover? Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Wright, to move to confidential business. Move that Council close the meeting to the public at 11:36 a.m. in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulations 2012 for closed meetings for the purpose of discussing the following items and the reasons for going into closed session. Item 13.1, renewal of vicinity leases. Item 13.2, rate relief Proserpine Independent Living Inc. Item 13.3, disposal of land, Bowen Community Centre, negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government. Item 13.4, 9D, Dalrymple Street, Bowen, amendment to conditions of sale. Item 13.5, 2025-26 commercial schedule of fees and charges. Item 13.6, appointment of an audit and risk committee chairperson. Item 13.7, assignment of lease Shute Harbour Marine Terminal. Does anyone have any declaration of conflicts they'd like to note?
Yes, Mr Mayor, in particular item 13.3, disposal of land, Bowen Community Centre. I'm the treasurer of that Bowen Community Council, so obviously with the applicant, so I will declare an interest in that, describe conflict of interest in that matter.
Thank you, Councillor.
Mr Mayor, just for clarification, the sheet goes out from under it. With the 13.2, I'm the chair of the Whitsunday Housing Company, which has nothing to do with this entity at all, so I don't believe I have any conflict.
No, if you're not related to the entity, I wouldn't think so, Councillor Clifford. So. No. Okay, so noting all those things, to move to close, I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously.
Councillor Collins to reopen the meeting at 12:24 p.m. This is Councillor Collins. And if you can just let me know the live stream's up and running. Yes, sorry. So the council reopened the meeting to the general public at 12:24 p.m. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Okay, first confidential item was item number 13.1, renewal of Vicinity leases. Moved Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Finlay. The motion the council authorise the CEO to execute in accordance with section 235A local government regulation, a lease with Vicinity manager per the recommendation there. I put to the vote. All those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Item 13.2, rate relief, Proserpine Independent Living Inc. Move Councillor Collins, second Councillor Wright.
Mr Mayor, just note I'll update the figure to the $18,000 number.
Okay, Director Branshaw notes that the figure, total figure there requires an update to circa 18,000?
Yeah.
Yep, that's correct. Okay, the motion that council provide rates and utility charges relief for Proserpine Senior Living Inc. As per report, but including that update to the total figure. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? I didn't see a hand there. Yep, so all in favour, motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, item 13.3.
Yes. Declare a score of conflict of interest on the treasurer of that balance.
Thank you, Councillor Finlay. So item 13.3, disposal of land, Bowen Community Centre. I'll move that one. Second, Councillor Wright. The motion that council provide in principle support to the the motion that council provide. Hang on, I'll pull that down there. Yeah, provide in principle support for the CEO to negotiate the donation of land in accordance with the items listed in the report there. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried 6-0. Councillor Finlay back in. Back, Councillor Finlay. The item 13.3 was carried. Item 13.4, 9D Dal Ripple Street, Bowen, amendment to the conditions of sale. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Finlay. The motion that council delegate authority to the CEO to negotiate and execute amendment to the conditions relating to the property at 9D Dal Ripple Street, Bowen. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item 13.5, 25-26 commercial schedule of fees and charges. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Simpson. The motion that council, in accordance with section 2623C of the Local Government Act 2009, accept the charges as detailed in the attachments for the financial year and delegate the CEO authority to vary other charges as per listed in the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item number 13.6, appointment of Audit and Risk Committee Chairperson. I'll move that one. Councillor Finlay, second. The motion that council appoint Mr Peter Chevel to the role of Independent External Chairperson of the Whitsunday Regional Council Audit and Risk Committee in accordance with our Audit and Risk Committee Charter, and delegate authority to the Mayor and CEO to confirm the appointment of the independent member vacancy. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item number 13.7, assignment of lease, Shute Harbour Marine Terminal. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Wright. The motion that council authorise the CEO to provide consent for the assignment of a lease as per the report at Shute Harbour Marine Terminal from NM and HA Kennedy to Southern Sea Ventures with the expiry of 30th September 2028. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Very good. All right, item number 14, matters of importance. Would any councillors like to raise any matters of importance? No? All right. Thank everyone for their time, and I'll declare the meeting finished. 12:29 p.m. Get to 12:30. 12:29. Thank you everyone for your attendance, and we'll go for lunch from there.